Do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? God damn it. I keep forgetting to fix the one thing that I meant to fix real early, which was that I just look a little bit too white. I look a little bit too washed out on the camera. And I've just been meaning to fix that every day. And every time I record a video, I forget. And every time, and by a little bit too white, I mean, this is how white I look in real life because I never see the sun. But I like to just slightly off the camera so that I look just slightly less like a vampire. And I like him a bit with long hair and a beard. I don't know how I feel about the long hair yet. It's starting to get a bit too long. All right, so one thing that was suggested, not that. One thing that was suggested was instead of how do I do this? Okay, I write this down. Ponytail slick. I'm not in a ponytail this time. It's just, I just did this before I put the headset on. Like it's still all. Okay, I gotta write down. So one of the ideas was I could actually just change the lighting to make it a little warmer, and that might hurt my eyes less also. So 4550. Okay, I got to remember that. That's what I'm currently set at. I'm going to try and warm up the lights a little bit and just see if that makes me like a little less pale looking. Oh, nope, too much. Let's go to like 41 maybe with both of them. Let's just see how that looks. That's like barely noticeable. I mean, fuck it. Let's try 3600. We'll just see how that looks. That looks a bit too much. That's a bit, this isn't even changing the thing. This isn't changing the camera. This is just changing the, like, hue of the light. This is a little too pink, I think. A little too, well, the answer is it's a little too warm of a color. So let's try maybe 3900. How's that look? Is that a little better? Like, I'm still gonna be pale. I am pale. I don't see the sun by design, but I think that's better. Right, because some of these are going to take a while to digest. All right, let's go. What is Baylor Boom Boom ZDPS? I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Ooh, okay. That's Holy Flame Totem in Act 1. It's so fucking good. Yeah, I've always used Holy Flame Totem. It's great. Shield charges, I don't know why I didn't think to put shield charge in, but I didn't. I will now. Oh, you mean for the Marauder as well? Wow. All right. That's one of my character names in standard. I have no idea what that was. Oh, this was when you had the secondary ascendancy. This is my Righteous Fire pop chieftain thing. What's FP? Freezing Pulse. Okay, so this is some of the new gems. Hello. Is that it? It says the resolution was set to 720, but I don't think it was. But is that it? Anything the ring over the duration, the ring. Fuck off. Turns to you damaging enemies on the way back. So this one doesn't even give exposure though. So this does not give exposure. And only one wave of conviction can be active at any time. Interestingly enough, I'm pretty sure that line's on the normal wave of conviction as well, and you can just put it on mines and it doesn't matter. It just ignores it and does it anyway. So you could probably still just... The physical damage is used, isn't it? I actually don't know. Okay, so that's the only video. Heavy Strike of Tarathus. So it's Heavy Strike that requires a staff. Increases in reduction to spell damage apply 150%. 2% chance to deal double damage per 10 int. Pass. Okay, and some more infamous modifiers. What do we got? Curses on enemies in your chilling area have 15% increased effect. War cries cover enemy in ash for 5 seconds. That's not horrible. Quiver. Your blink arrow and mirror arrow clones use your gloves. Oh. Obviously we could just like, you know, triple damage gloves and whatnot. But surely there are other options as well. Holy shit, you can get like gloves with like rage implicits on them and shit as well. I don't know if those will matter, but like pain seekers, they'd be huge. If you weren't poisoned anyway. Oh my god. No. Fuck you. It's ass. Actually fuck right off. Bomber just got full explode. Yeah, you do still have to wear them as well though. So you really want them to be damaged then? Because if you're using damage gloves, then that damage applies to your flat damage. Doesn't that apply to... No, it doesn't, right? If you're playing Barmer, normally, flat damage on your gloves won't actually give you flat damage to the Barmer, right? Because it just uses your bow and quiver, not other flat damage that you could put around. Is that right? So we couldn't double dip with a damage bow. Right? With a damage pair of gloves, it wouldn't double it. It would just be like, I've given up what I want as prefixes on gloves to gain 3 flat rolls for them. Yeah, what does that look like? Hold on, I need to... What does like a blink arrow, mirror arrow build looks like that's really good? Blink arrow. Is it bombardment people use, I think? Is it not bombardment? It is bombardment, isn't it? Do they not fucking show up? Okay, so their damage doesn't actually show up. Let's have a look at just two of them. So, I mean, I don't know if this is... I guess we'll have to like look for a build guide or something because I don't... I mean, this looks pretty expensive though. Like critical strike and attack speed and minion damage are the implicits. That's insane. Right? Got a mage blood on. Whoever linked one of the guides. Yoink. We grab that one. Okay, so in a build like this, the prefixes here are just +1 to AoE and some energy shield. Pretty standard. What's on here? I want the min-max version. Ah, here we go. End game version. Show me that. I mean, okay, like you've got pretty good. It is like that's pretty good. I don't know. It's hard to give that up because you're not just giving up. You're also giving up one affix here, right? You have to give up one affix on your quiver to make it work. And then whatever you would put on your gloves that doesn't benefit you in any way. It's a lot. It's a big question. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it is not. It's temple affixes. The answer is a temple affix. Where you're gonna wanna put a really good temple affix on the bitch. So that you still get your resistances and shit. Looking at the new, yeah. Yeah, you're gonna end up wanting temple affix gloves. Or maybe...
Get your Magic Find characters ready.
Or maybe a new mod on pair of gloves that we don't know exists yet. Like, you know, maybe like one of these, right? But like for those gloves. That might make a huge difference. Also, Drastalis? Give it a prime. Okay, what's my next thing I'm looking at? So we looked at these. These are cool. I want more of them. None of these directly affect me. The war cry covering an ash for 5 seconds is pretty cool. But... Alright, update. Nope. Starts the other way around. So this will be all of yesterday's, right? Cool. And this will be today. Oh my. No grants. Okay, so they just made those unique boots slightly better. Occultist, Vile Bastion, Ascendancy passive skill. No longer has regenerate 2% of energy shield for each enemy you and your minions have killed recently up to 10%. It now grants 100 energy shield regen per second, previously 40, and now has maximum energy shield is increased by chance to block spells. Huh. So 78 really, because you're mostly going to have 78%, not 75. If you're max blocking, you're going to take the +3 mastery. Most cases that's all you get, but assume you're going to take the +3 mastery if you're max, if you're capping. So 78% increased energy shield. Cool. You missed the bit in the Megalodian. They moved the cap. Okay. Hold on. Oh, it's this one. 10% increase evasion rating per 500 mana. Okay. The new is now 20% increased evasion rating per 500 mana. Previously 10% per 500. Existing item can be updated. Ah. So it used to be 10% per 500 up to 100%. And now it's 20% per 500. No cap. Well, no, it didn't have a cap. Yeah, it does have a cap. It says up to 100%. Wait, what did you just use to do that speed search? So that is an extension for the PoE wiki. It is in my tools video, which should come out next. Read the rest of the note. What? Oh, this stat is previously described as having 100%, but it was never actually capped. Right, okay. So the wiki extension, PoE wiki extension, is just an extension for Chrome or Firefox. And you hit Alt W and it opens this little thing up right here. And the reason it was so incredibly quick is because I just copied and pasted, right? But I could have just typed anything in. So I just like pasted it and then suddenly I'm here. But I could just be like Control W. Oh, what was Holy Relics damage numbers again or something? You just type in Holy Relics. Oh, if you spell it Holy Relics, then it goes, that's not a real thing, and brings you to the search page. And if you spell it Holy Relic, then it'll bring you straight to the thing. Very useful. So if you misspell it or you don't know it perfectly, it'll just bring you to the page. Right? The search page. And if you know it perfectly and you just type it, it'll just bring you here. I love how it doesn't even have damage numbers in the wiki. Whether nerf occultist, I'm going to be honest, did they? Because like, I don't remember most of the time taking that node. And I'm not sure I care about it now either. It's like a lateral move. Maybe it's a slight nerf. I didn't take it before and I'm not going to take it now. So I don't know if it matters. All right, a new hasty demise cluster has been added to the Northwest of Witch that provides 30% damage over time with spell skills, 8% cast speed, and 10% reduced skill effect duration. Oh, another form of reduced. You got to be careful about giving us too much reduced. A lot of us can break the game if you give us enough of that. Be real cautious hand on that reduced effect thing. Real cautious. A new harsh lesson cluster has been added to the northeast of the witch starting location. Provides 12% damage over time with spells and 20% reduced effective duration on you. Okay. And about 9% of occultists pick Vile Bastion. Interesting. Okay. New arcane retaliation cluster added to the northwest of Witch's starting location. Excuse me, hold on. Northwest of Witch's starting location. Northeast of Witch's starting location. Northwest of Witch's starting location. It's pretty fucking busy up here. I mean, I guess there's room in here. There's a little bit of space here and there's a little bit of space here. I guess it's more busy down here. That's fair. No, you've got room. You've got room. Was that? Yeah, I don't know where it means. It could be anywhere. Because this messed up the jewels for the radius jewels. Yeah, it could be anywhere. Until we get an actual tree to see, we won't know. The cold passive mastery that provided +1 to maximum cold has been replaced with a new mastery that provides +1 to cold damage over time multiplier for each 4% overcapped cold resistance. Go back. What? No cane. Oh. Arcane retaliation provides. Oh. How the fuck much? Arcane retaliation provides 25% more spell damage if you've been stunned while casting recently. So while casting, which means you would have to have something to manually cast. The triggers won't work. $25% more, and all you have to do is put Scorching Ray as a 1 link in your build, and then just like cast it. You don't need to do damage with it. Just fucking 1 link, 1 socket. Put Scorching Ray in and let yourself get stunned. I think anything about what day 5 is going to look like is lying. Yeah, nah, this is actually crazy. Okay, blah blah blah. So we've got the overcap thing. This dot multi node is pretty. That is pretty sick. Cold dot multi for every 4% over cold res cap. That's pretty good. Cold passive mastery that causes enemies near targets. That caused enemies near targets you shatter to have a 20% chance to be covered in frost has been replaced with a mastery that provides -30 to fire res and +1 to level of all cold skill gems. Interesting. Wait, what? The caster mastery. Hold up. The caster mastery that provided 25% more spell damage if you've been stunned while casting recently has been replaced with a new mastery that causes you to gain power charges every second while channeling. Okay. The caster mastery that causes the final repeat of spells to have increased area of effect now has 40% increased area of effect, previously 30. They call that the Warb Mastery. Wait, actually, +1 to level of ward and 25% more spell damage and power charge generation. Okay, yeah. I mean, sure, free power charges though. I mean, what were the other ways you used to? Yeah, I mean, it wasn't hard to get power charges, but this is... That's fine. The staff mastery that provided a 20% chance for double stun duration has been replaced with a new mastery that provides 5% increased maximum mana per blue socket on equipped staff and 3% increased maximum life per red socket on equipped staff. You run power charge on crit in the links. Ah, you're right, you do. So that's really not going to matter. I mean, the power charge part isn't going to matter. When I checked these patch notes, they had that mastery granting -30 to cold res, and at the time I thought they meant enemies. Well, it says fire now. That would be insane though. If it was -30 cold res to enemies, that would be actually insane. When new to minions, will the tattoo that has a 20% chance to not incur the cooldown affect Holy Relic of Conviction? No. No, for something to work on your minions, it has to explicitly say minions or say allies, like nearby allies, or something that affects the mob rather than the player. Anything that doesn't fall into one of those three categories just will not work. They're quite limiting on what actually works for minions. One of the things I've seen a whole bunch of people fall into is they craft or get the Eldritch Implicits for boots that's like 5% CDR, and they try and use that to hit a Holy Relic breakpoint, but it's just affecting the character. It's not affecting, like, it doesn't do the thing it doesn't do the thing you want it to do. Balor revised Holy Relic because the best build I've ever played and the first build I used to complete everything. Nice. Nice. I can't seem to choose between your Relic build versus Poison Bomber this season. It comes down to a simple choice. I promise you that both builds will be fine. Poison Bomber's damage is significantly higher than Holy Relic's. Like, even in an average setup, you're probably looking at eight times as much damage, and in a min-max setup you're still looking at 4 or 5 times as much damage. You are, however, significantly squishier, and you have way more actions per second, right? Like, you have to do more. My Holy Relic build has enough damage to do everything, but is not insane on the damage numbers. However, all you have to do is move around and right click in the general direction of things you might want to die, right? I have enough to do everything. It is comfortable. It has high enough damage. It is not through the roof insane like other builds, but I've automated every single part of it that I possibly can, and I've made it immune to every map mod, and I've made it so that you can face tank most shit in the game. So it really just depends on who you are as a player. Some people will get bored with that. They want to actively play stuff and would rather see their path of building say 200 million rather than 25 million, right? And if that's you, if you'd rather see 200 million, then you should do Bomber, which is not one of my builds. But if you don't really care, you're happy as long as everything dies quickly, you just want to not have to worry about shit ever, then you should go for Holy Relic. Honestly, I wouldn't even care if it had the same damage. I'd just get bored. It's fair. Would you suggest your SRS for Sanctum? Not at a league start, no. Poison SRS is good. It's great. And once you get like one of the swords and maybe the chest piece, it's one of the better Sanctum runners that exist. It's quite good. But it isn't good stopping before you get to Katama and going in with just the gear you had from the campaign and maybe 40 chaos that you swaddled together from doing a few heist runs will not carry your first Sanctum on Poison SRS. It just won't. I remember Stillmad did a stream at SRS starter as a Sanctum. So that's a real common mistake. Steelmage did not do Poison SRS as a league starter. He did come to softcore to show people that he could start several weeks into the league and would be able to make several hundred divines very quickly off very little effort. And so for him, it was his league start when he did it. He didn't lie to you. He didn't misrepresent it. He did nothing wrong. But people have misconstrued that as thinking that you could start that exact pattern on day one. The things you need don't exist. Like, he was wearing 2 swords that 3 weeks into the league cost 4 and 6 chaos respectively. But they're both Chalupa drops, and you don't even get Cholula breaches until tier 14 maps. So they literally don't exist on day one. Like, you will not have an option to have that. And then when the first ones start dropping, they're like a divine each. They're not like 4 chaos, because everybody who's wanting them needs them as quick as possible, right? 2 weeks in, 3 weeks in, drowning in them. They're everywhere. They're 4 chaos. You're making an SRS League start? I already did. It's on YouTube and there's a written guide already. Whoever Atlas builds for the League start, not until we see the new Atlas. Just know it's Sanctum run a poison SRS. It might have been, I don't know, but it would not. So there's a big difference between being really good at running Sanctums later in the league and being really good at being a Sanctum carry person on day one. Those are different skill sets. Poison SRS, once geared, will do Sanctum fantastically. Nobody running Poison SRS on day one for Sanctum. No one's ever done that. It doesn't work. It does not have the damage. Right? Hang on a second. Getting a little hot in here. Just opening the window. Would you not recommend Animate Guardian or Spectres for Holy Relic farming tier 17s? I like the idea of them, but will they live? So it was, we'll have to test that again this league, but it was previously the Animate Guardian that would die, usually 5 to 6 times as often as the Spectres. The Spectres are actually quite tanky. The Animate Guardian is the one that would die. He wouldn't die every map. He wouldn't even die every hour. But if you were farming tier 17s, he would die every day. Eventually. This league, you're able to just resummon your Animate Guardian in your hideout, and he will not lose any of his gear. So that makes us way more comfortable to bring an Animate Guardian around with us, because it doesn't matter. And it seems a lot of people keep saying their Animate Guardians are unkillable. There's never been an unkillable Animate Guardian. I have regularly made Animate Guardians comfortable enough to be at 1,000 or 2,000 delve. I've regularly made Guardians comfortable enough to do Uber bosses or do tier 17s or anything. And I can absolutely get you a nice like 1 hour long video of me like farming that exact content and just having them never take any damage. But I promise if you take them to tier 17s all day, like that's your thing, that's your farm, that's what you're doing, they will die. At some point they will die. Benefit now, it doesn't matter. As long as it's tanky enough that it's not dying every single time, it doesn't matter. Right? If it dies once every 4 or 5 hours, you finish out that map, you leave, you press the button, the Animate Guardian pops back up with all of his gear on it, you don't lose the gear anymore. So I'm now much more happy to be forgiving about it. You took Bob into Uber X Arch and he fucking melted. Yes, but I could have, if I did Uber X Arch 15 times, he would probably only die once or twice, right? But that's the problem, is it lets people do this thing where they can show you a video of them killing all of the Uber bosses with their Animate Guardian out and be like, look, he's immortal, because he doesn't die every time. When he's built tanky, when he's built the right way, he does not die every time. But he will die occasionally. He will die occasionally. Now that's fine though. The point is now that we can just res an Animate Guardian and you don't lose all the gear, that's fine. As long as he usually lives, I don't care if he dies occasionally and I'll just pop him back up in my hideout. I don't care. Using a Chaos Golem with the changes to them. Seems like they still seem like they'll fit in the build. No, because I can't benefit from their wither. They've got a nice strong wither, but I don't know what the coverage or uptime is going to be. So we've got other ways to wither that are more reliable. And the dot multi applies to the character, like the player character, not minions. So... God, he's getting somewhat cheaper. We no longer have an item sync for those. Maybe. Can you bring him back into the map we died in? So we didn't actually get clarification on that. I know that you will not be able to res him in that map. It says you can only res him back in your hideout. But what we don't have clarification on is, can I just leave the map, res him in my hideout, and go back into the same map or not? We don't know. I'm betting we can. I bet it just costs you a portal. But we don't have clarification, so it could go either way. All right. Let's stop answering questions and let's read through this so that I understand what's going on. Will your item filter be available on day one? Yes. In fact, if you're already subscribed to my filters, you won't have to do anything at all. Just log in on the first day, they'll already be updated. You'll just continue on. Soon today? Yes. Okay. How does equipping a mercenary with items work? Can mercenaries be equipped with any items? Each mercenary is associated with an attributes. Mercenaries will generate with gear that matches the attributes they're associated with, and will only be able to be equipped with new armor gear that matches their attributes in the following ways. How do we describe your filters? Is there a video for that? I think !filters. Just go right there and click follow on the 3 really popular filters, the 3 strictnesses. For mercenaries with a single attribute, any armor gear that requires that attribute is valid. For mercenaries with multiple attributes, any armor gear that requires an attribute not associated with that mercenary will be invalid. That is the most fucking confusing way to phrase this. I think I understand it. Before I keep reading, I think I understand that, but that's a bullshit sentence. If I'm understanding that right, that means if it's like a hybrid dex int, it'll be able to wear anything dex int, anything dex, or anything int, but not anything strength. But if it's a straight strength character, it'll be able to wear anything strength dex, or anything strength int, but not anything dex int. That's the way I understand that, but that is the most confusing way. Let's see. As an example, a strength mercenary will be equipable with gear requiring just strength, strength plus dex, or strength plus intelligence. A dex/intelligence mercenary will be equipable with gear requiring just dex, or int and dex, or just int, or dex plus int. Yep. Okay. So they only have to meet one of the requirements, basically. Like a mercenary might say, I meet strength requirements. And if strength is one of the requirements on that gear, it's fine. Whether it's the only one or whether it's part of a hybrid, it's fine. And somebody and another one might be like, oh, I am strength and dex. I meet strength and dex requirements. Okay. Yeah, all right, sure. Mercenaries do not need to meet the attribute requirements outside of the above rule. Okay. will need to be within 70% of the level requirement of an item to equip it. Hold. What? Okay, let me go back up here first. A strength mercenary will be equipable requiring just strength, or dex plus strength, or strength plus int. Sure. A dex slash int mercenary will be equipable with gear requiring just dex, or just int, or dex plus int. But not int plus strength? And not dex slash strength? And not strength? What's a better way to explain this? This is so confusing. Right, so three of 6. Everything has access to 3 gear types. Not as long as there's one matching attribute though. Not because, so see this one, the second one? Here, right here. A dex slash int mercenary will be able to equip gear requiring dex or int or dex and int, but not dex and strength or int and strength, both of which it would receive one of the stat requirements for. Also, what if an item requires all 3? Wait, can this be best explained with... This should be best explained on the passive tree. That's definitely the best way to understand it. This is the best explained on the passive tree for sure, right? Yeah. Wherever it is, if it's an int one, it's allowed int, it's allowed strength int, it's allowed int dex, it can't have anything on the bottom. If it's int dex, it can have int dex, dex or int, but nothing on the other side. So it can go 1 degree either side of its starting spot, and that's it. Yeah, the stat and it's adjacent on either side. Okay. Mercenaries also have preferred weapon types and will not equip weapons that do not match their preferred types. Generally, they're going to prefer weapons they can actually use with their skills. Oh god. So which ones can wear the Kingmaker? Which ones can wear the Kingmaker? And can those same ones that wear the Kingmaker wear the explodey gloves?
Get your magic find characters ready.
And will they have auras that I want if they're going to be wearing a... Can I get a Kingmaker one that also has fucking malevolence? Probably not. This is getting... That got a whole lot more confusing for I don't know what reason. Ghost. Thank you very much for the prime. This just got way more confusing. Path of building is going to need 6 categorized items now. There'll just be some super rare merc that has all 3. Yeah. So let's say that I want to use, well, hold on. So I can't use this. That is strength int. That is strength dex. Hang on. Strength int, strength dex. So a straight strength thing could use it, but then I couldn't use doppelgangers. I would need a straight strength or strength hybrid chest. But then also int, a straight int I couldn't put that with the Kingmaker either. Legacy of Fury is strength dex. Oh man. Oh man, they really made this a lot more complicated. A list of all of the main items that might be good. Yes, this exact one that I just put together. Exclamation mark Merc is what I was calling the Merc master list. This is, I had some setups, but I also had it, basically everything that you could use for a support Merc would be here. Right? But now we have to find the combinations of like the correct gear that goes together. I only covered support mercs because my suspicion is that by the time we're all like really geared and going well, that we will want mostly support mercs. I think having like caster or melee or bow mercs or whatever will be really, really good early, great in the campaign, maybe help you out in the early maps, but like when we get geared and good, when we're the power of 20 gods, a merc isn't going to keep up with us anymore damage wise. Right? I just thought it might be an 8 mark. Yeah. There's just too much we don't know. Need more chill to kill and get through the end game for a semi-noob. No, but it'll be a lot smoother in the campaign. Guardian is disgustingly smoother than any other class in the game in the campaign. Because of this node on its own, which can basically carry the entire campaign. But we call it pocket pox, but I still wouldn't suggest it over Necro. Your campaign will be smoother, but like, then what? So there's actually like a scale. I don't know the exact numbers, but it's like the first like 1 to 8 divs spent, Guardian is just better. And then Necro's better from like 8 div to about 450 div. And then Guardian takes back over again. So like if you're going to do multiple mirrors in, Guardian usually ends up stronger because it is scaling usually tri-elements and you don't have to deal with dot caps and shit like that. Okay. Next. Will map modifiers affect rewards from mercenaries? Increasing the quantity on a map from map modifiers will increase the chance to find an infamous mercenary in that area. Aha. Never mind, Diggs, other people will have to run 400 maps. You'll have to run about 50 because we'll just juice the fuck out of them. And we'll just get the good ones. Are link skills targetable? Yep, you can link to an allied mercenary, just make sure they don't die on you, sure. Is Cold Conversion Guardian still okay for Holy Relic of Conviction? It's okay. I don't think it's as good. If I thought it was as good, I'd be playing that instead. I much prefer the my version. Okay, you've missed a prime opportunity. Can Mercs be renamed? No, that's upsetting. Can gold appear? No. Can mercenaries use items with influence skill triggers like shaper weapons and cast on crit? No. I think they dodged a landmine more like it? Yeah, probably. That's fair. Longer answer. Mercenary skills are not socketable into gear in the way that players' skills are. They are inherent to the mercenary rather than being the result of a socketed gem. So in cases like something like cast on crit weapon, it'd be hard to determine what skill should even be triggered or indeed do the triggering. Yep, cool. So no, you cannot do that. Mercenaries be traded with other players? No. Mercenaries be account bound? Yes. Kind of. This is half of what I want. And now, can I immediately use high level mercenaries I have previously recruited when leveling a new character? The answer to this should be yes, because there's literally no reason at all for there not to be. No. If you are plus 20 levels or lower than the mercenary, they will not follow you. You are not worth their time. There is literally no fucking reason for this at all. None. This doesn't benefit anyone or have any positive effect on the game at all. In fact, removing this restriction would be far better. There's nothing. This benefits nobody. This is just somebody who's fucking sour and wants alt leveling to still be hard for no reason. This is fucking... Yeah, it sounds an awful lot like Jonathan put his foot down and went, no, can't have people leveling alts easily. Don't allow that. That's what that sounds like. I hate this, actually. I hate this. This is done by somebody who is sour. This is done by an individual person who legitimately doesn't want you to have fun. I don't like that at all. I've liked everything else so far, but not that. Do mercenaries get passive skills from gear such as anointed notables on amulets or keystones from uniques? Anointed passive skills will work. Keystones from uniques will also work. Don't let whoever made this decision see the answer here, or they'll get rid of that as well. Okay. So I was 100% expecting this not to work. Huh. Creates fungal ground instead of consecrated ground. Yes, we can anoint. We can anoint mercs. Explode is good. It's not. I don't know why we care about that. I don't mind the Spore Guard. Because it has negative 10 all res in a decent area that it puts spores down. The explode portion of Spore Guard is irrelevant. Minus 10 all res is pretty useful. Okay, that threw me. I wasn't expecting that at all. Excuse me. Will the gems appear in the divine font at the end of Labyrinth? No. Are they only available for mercenaries? They're only available for mercenaries starting in level 68 areas, so we can't even get new gems during the campaign. Not sure why. Each individual gem is only available from a specific variety of mercenary. Okay. Sure. Will Animate Guardian get an equipment interface similar to mercenaries? I fucking wish, but I bet no. No, however, it is worth mentioning that it had been changed in the following way. Will now retain their items when they die. If your Animate Guardian dies and you cannot... However, if your Animate Guardian dies, you cannot summon an Animated Guardian again in that area. You know, unless that area is a hideout. You know, I don't know if this means that I could just leave to my hideout,
get your magic
resummon them
find
and go back in
characters ready.
again. I literally don't know. Could be either. Lord Visceral, thank you for the prime. New pinnacle bosses available to be witnessed? No, maybe in the future. New Uber versions of the pinnacle bosses? No, maybe in the future. Although quest versions of these bosses are easier than the repeatable endgame version. Cool. I forgot them all, but strength and dex is definitely the hot spot. Or strength / int. So you miss out on that. You miss out on Leacast, but that's fine. You can still get Windscream there as well. That's really nice. Can you Discord that to me? I'm gonna fucking add it somewhere. Thank you. Alright, no Uber versions of that. Are there going to be any tier 4 syndicate leader rewards after killing Katarina? Randomizer gone? They're gone. Just on your network, do you get 100% damage? I'm pretty sure yes. Yeah, because it's not a buff. It's just a static. Like, it's not a named buff. Is what I mean? It's just you and nearby allies deal. Definitely yes, because I have previously leveled duo with someone and both had this on, and it's disgusting because we both were wearing it. Right? Like, if you're in a 6-man party leveling on day 1 and you just all happen to be wearing this, you just like jump into a boss and everyone does 300% damage. Yes, the town is... Alright, are we still going to have to hire workers? Yes, the town is pre-built and completed, but the workers will still need to be hired and paid for. Cool. Does the Runebind count as a different mastery for the purpose of Trickster Polymath, or do they count as the same mastery for the purpose of things like the Life Mastery? Yes. Okay. Although all runecrafts count as the same type of mastery, they do not count as a life mastery. Okay. What the fuck is Runebind? Did I miss something? Probably. The Runebind is the name of the tattoo that goes over masteries. Like, you're able to put a mastery on and tattoo over the top of it. Missed that fully. Do Kingmakers stack? Yes. Yes, they do. Both the rarity, the crit multi, and the fortification stack. However, maximum fortification stacks is still a thing, and that by default is 20. So there's no point in standing nearer than, like, next to more than 2. And I'm not entirely positive that a Merc will be good enough to wear a Kingmaker. You can get away with your Animate Guardian wearing it because you get to link him with Meat Shield. So his job is to, like, stay inside you. He has separation anxiety. And so you get Fortify a lot. But it's a pretty small fucking area. So, like, if the Merc doesn't stay fucking constantly inside of you, him wearing a Kingmaker isn't going to be a big deal.
Get your magic find characters ready.
No, it just gives 10 fort.
Heavy slam, tentacle whip, vitality aura, and has been drinking pineapple juice all day. No, I won't explain.
Coffee, thank you for the 92-month resub. And also, fantastic joke. Well done. I mean, okay. Like, sure. Mercs are going to be very interesting. So what kind of thing, what kind of Merc would I make then? If I was gonna. So realistically, Crown of the Tyrant is huge. So Crown of the Tyrant locks me into one of these 3. Right? No. Yeah, one of those 3. So if you went strength, you'd still be able to use Crown of the Tyrant. If you went strength, you would still be able to use the Kingmaker. But now we're getting a little stuck because now I'm stuck. This is the corner. This is the corner. So we can't use anything over there. Ocarina with like $60 stats. I feel like you didn't read the FAQ that we just went through. They don't need to meet stat requirements. The TLDR, the best way to explain it, is this circle right here. If your dude is allowed to do the thing that they are and one either side. So if it's a pure strength Merc, then, or a pure int Merc, it can wear int gear, int dex, and int strength, and that's it. If it's a strength dex, then it's allowed to wear, this can't be right. Yeah, if it's a strength dex, then it's allowed to wear strength dex gear or dex gear or strength gear, but not int dex, int, or strength int. It doesn't need to meet the actual stat requirement. It can just only go 1 degree away from its main stat. Right? What have you got better to do with your time right now? Because there's fucking nothing. So this one is strength int. So you could still wear a strength int. Interesting. And Garba's not on that list. It's right there. So unfortunately, gloves is straight int. So you wouldn't be able to wear that. You could wear that, but I wouldn't care. Rare would be fine though, because you could give it expose and unnerve or whatever. Right? You can just craft bases on whatever you want. Windscream is a strength base as well, so you're able to wear that. But you don't really need that because you don't have the curse gloves. Legacy of Fury is strength dex, so that's actually fine as well. Yo, you can wear all of this. The only thing you can't wear if you pick a strength base, which you would probably need to wear the Kingmaker because it's a two-handed axe. So it would need to be the kind of merc that wears a two-handed axe. The problem is if you have the kind of merc that wears a two-handed axe, he's going to run into mobs. So if you're not playing a type of minion build that wants to run into mobs, then he would be away from you. This is interesting. So let's say I did Dying Breath. Wait, it's strength and int. So the same guy could wear Dying Breath as well. So the only thing for like big for support that I would have originally wanted to wear that he couldn't wear is Asenath's Gentle Touch. That explosion would have to go somewhere else. He could still wear all the other stuff. Still do Combs Binding. Yeah, look, if you go in so that you could wear Dying Breath. Well, no, you can do Dying Breath regardless. If you went in, it would be purely to try and get, it would be purely to try and get Asenaths on. But then if you did that, you couldn't use a Kingmaker. You would have to use Dying Breath instead. Crown of the Tyrant would still be fine. Garb of Ephemeral would still be fine. Legacy of Fury would be gone. Couldn't do that. This is also pure strength on Windscream, so you couldn't do that either. Doppelganger is the one that probably stops you from dying, and it is a dex int piece. So you couldn't use that on the strength one, but you could use it on an int one. You know, I kind of read that as well, and I think that that's... I kind of assume that they're just sort of like fuck that up a little, because I don't think that they will stop you from wearing lower level gear. I don't think that I'm going to get a level 90 merc and be like, oh, no, Pericle's Toes level 29. You're too low for that. I think it only works the one way, right? I think it only works the one way, where you're like low level ones can't put on higher level gear. Yes, because it's default bow that it already gives. Well, not necessarily, because there might be ones that give like claws or other one-handed stuff. And so you might find yourself, if you're doing something like that, being able to get like a claw and then maybe a shield like this. We might need a bow option. I don't know if there are any bow options. Oh hell, Quillrain, Ross Reach, Doom. So we go Widowhail. Ooh, there might actually be a quiver. There's the increased effect of chill you cause quiver, maybe. Yeah, there's nothing under bows that would even remotely work supporting wise. Which leads me to think Widowhail. Wind Ripper and give them Cull, maybe. Right, so there's that one. Enemies chilled by your hits of damage taken increased by chill effect. Chill enemies as though dealing 100% more damage. Maybe. It's kind of like the only good option though, as well. Not a lot for bow style ones. I don't think so. Blind, Cull, Intimidate. %15% chance to create chilled ground when you freeze an enemy. Creates consecrated ground when you shatter an enemy. 40% increased effect of chilled ground. It needs to like do the killing. I just don't see that happening. So we can do like Maim and Cull. Rare bows have auras have 4% increase. Yes, hello, buddy. Come on. Up to your couch. Up to your couch. Up you go. Up you go. Good boy. Good boy. Yes. Yes, I know, buddy. Good boy. Sit. Good boy. Alright, relax. Relax. Good boy. Right, what else we got? No. Did Holy Relic get touched? No. It's gonna be great. And League started? Yes. I just put a video out on YouTube with the new Pathfinder link. Had to let the dog back out again. Included Golem in the Holy Relic build. The full guides are already out. You can check them out. They're on YouTube and the written guide is there. Should answer every question, hopefully. These work if you also have a mark or curse. So basically, if you have the ability to have one curse and you curse something and then they curse something, you'll just constantly override each other. So one of you, either you or them, has to have the ability to apply two and then only apply one. Right? It's what we normally do with our Animate Guardians is I give them the +1 curse boots. And then I have them only apply the temp chains from the gloves and I do despair. And so they have the ability to do two. So when there's already one curse on the mob and they apply theirs, they don't override my curse. All right, what can we put on quivers? Anything cool? Blind and maim again. Is it overconvocation in the trigger? Yep, that's why I put it there. Convocate will help keep them alive a little bit. We don't actually need to convocate our minions. They always stay with us anyway. Convocate I had originally there because I just had the spare point in that version of the build and it would just like give some regen. But we don't really need the regen either. So I use despair instead for, I mean, it only triggers once every 8 seconds, so it's really only relevant for bosses. But yeah, I will be starting Holy Relic. Did I update those? Did I update that link? Is that the new video? There is a new video. I also, okay, we need to get rid of the entire bit breakpoint qualities at the end there because it doesn't even fit in the YouTube. Can you Discord me the command? Because when I do it through this, it changes both commands, YouTube and Twitch. Ba-dum-bum. Yeah, I don't see fuck all really. There's really fuck all for like mercs that use bows and quivers to be supportish. Yeah, that could work. Let's try that over here as well. Nope. Too long still. Stupid YouTube chat has like this super low did count, letter count or whatever you call it. Nah, I should get rid of the last one. It's fine. Okay, character limit. Yeah, that's the thing I was looking for. Alright, fuck that. I don't want to use any of them. Alright, are there any other updates to look at? Or should I be trying to be less shit at Act 1 again? Oh shit. Wait, what day is it today? Tuesday. Huh. I thought we had one more day before everything merged into standard. Where's my dude? There it is. Merry Stashmas. It's a good day. It's a good day. You know why it's a good day? I'm gonna get that second mirror over here. I'm gonna get that second mirror. Okay, so hide remove only tabs, untick. Shit, do they come in at the bottom automatically? Or do I have to go looking for everything that has a currency tab on it? Yo, where are my currency tabs? Oh my god, there are so many of these. Oh, this gets worse and worse every time. Nope. 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 Should be roughly at the top. Do they come in like closer to the top? Nope. 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 Wait. I mean, no, but there's 113 div there. Don't know what that's from, but I'll take it. I'll take the chaos as well. Wait, how the fuck? What? Also the veiled chaos orb. I missed that. Full inventory run click. Control right click. Control right click puts everything you've currently got of that kind away. Yeah, it's been like, I don't know, 18 months or something. It's been around for a while. You starting poison SRS. I'll be starting Holy Relic, but I'll be leveling as SRS because you have to. Oh, that's... Hold on, that says remove own... Oh, this is the one. Yeah, no, this is the one. Found it. Okay, so I'm going to take those. And I'm going to take them. And I guess I'll take those as well. Sure, why not? Anything else I give a fuck about? I mean, try and put away all my Chaos Orbs just for the sake of it. Those just for fun. I think that'll do. Everything else can just stay. Div cards? Nah, fuck them. Back to hide remove only tabs. Ayy. That's better. Now we're starting to look like we're accumulating currency in standard. $1,588 div. You never spent the mirror from affliction? Nope. I didn't need to. I got to use a mirror for somebody's actual mirror craft, so I unlocked the mirror anyway. When people eventually move SNS gloves to, I feel like it won't be cursing enough as much as it hits one target at a time. Honestly, people move it to the Animate Guardian just because it doesn't give us any stats that we want. And nowadays, this time, now that you can have an Animate Guardian die on occasion, I would probably be using Animate Guardian of Smiting, who hits a large area of things from halfway across the screen. So, probably that. Is going to be used. Minimize judgment, so it targets 3 mobs at once. Yeah, but also then does an area of effect around them. Okay, well, I don't think there's anything else to do here, except I'm a little unhappy with how my setup is normally. So I want to redo my setup here. Which is starting going to be Holy Relic. For instance, I want the first thing to be just 2 chaos, because I'm going to start dropping gear immediately. Immediately, I'm just going to start dropping gear. So like 2 chaos. I want that to be 2 chaos. I don't need my map to be here, but it should be this color to begin with. Right? I do want my currency to be the second one. But here's how this works. Now I want the next one. I don't want them to all be titled Sell, because I know what I'm doing. I'm going to go from 3 chaos to 4 chaos. Right? To 5 chaos. Because I know what I'm doing. I do this every time. And then it's going to quickly become 9 chaos. And then it's going to become 14 chaos. And then I can actually just leave the rest of them. You're telling me I can pre-sort my tabs before I start in the league? How many years have I missed out on this? The whole time. It has always been a thing since forever. It's been a thing since the beginning of leagues. However you organize your tabs in the parent league is how they will follow over. So whatever is in standard softcore trade, that is how your stash tab will start when the new league starts up. However, if you're starting in a private league, private leagues count the currently running league as the parent league. So if you're going to start in a private league, you have to start a character first in the normal league so that it imports the stash tab settings from standard. I don't know whether you need to get to town or not. And because I don't know, I would suggest walking to town as well. Just so that it loads in your stash tabs, because I don't know if that has to be done or not. Maybe it has to be done. Maybe it doesn't have to be done. I don't know. But this will count. The new league is the parent league for a private league. Otherwise, standard softcore is the parent league for a league in softcore trade. So if you organize your standard stash tab how you want them to be all the time, that's how they'll be. They will not have public ticked on any tab to begin with, but the whole color, organization, naming, folders, everything else will be there. Right? If you start in solo self-found standard is the parent league. So you would have to make a solo self-found standard character and organize your tabs there. Right? If you play in hardcore, hardcore's the parent league. If you play in hardcore solo self-found, you have to make a standard hardcore solo self-found and set up your tabs there. It always takes the setup from whatever its parent league is. It also doesn't matter what's in any of these, because obviously they'll all be empty. Right? Whoops. Do you have any bossing damage for the Holy Relic build? Do I have any bossing damage? I mean, I've got enough. I've been able to kill all of the bosses. You don't like one tap them or anything, but it's very comfortable and you can kill them all. Only the remove only tabs don't matter, I'm assuming? Correct. And you should hide remove only tabs just here to organize your actual tabs. The detail cards, they're amazing. One question I had is, can the build handle Juice, Titanic, Rogue, Farming, Exiles? Not day one, obviously, but some decent gear. They did nerf it to half the toughness and quant. It should be cooperative either. Yes. Yes, it should be able to. I took this exact one into that Titanic setup and was able to do it. The only issue I had is I could sometimes get crit and killed. And so I would have to deal with becoming crit immune on top if I wanted to do that exact farm, which I absolutely could do. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I don't know where it went though. Man, I wish when they made remove only tabs, they like labeled them all. Like, or kept them separate in separate folders or something. There's like mage bloods and shit like hidden somewhere that I want to add to my like mage blood tab that I'm collecting in standard just for the sake of it. But am I going to go through all of this to find it? Look, I'm still going. I'm still going. I'm over halfway. I'll get there. I'll get there. Hold on. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. Completion is close. There we go. Oh, there's no fucking shot in the world. Ah, good news. I know it was in a folder of some sort, so I can look for just the folders. It does not get exposed to the API? I don't think they do. But I know it was in a folder. So if I just look for folders. Boom, there's one. Why do I have fucking transmutes, augments, and alterations in here? I don't know what. Hang on, I fixed it. Oh, I already found the currency tab. I added it to standard. We're good. We're up to 2 mirrors now. Now, where is my tab that is in standard that's full of, that I'm starting to put mage bloods and headhunters in? There was one. Here they are. Let me just just add that. This is not, I haven't gone out of my way to buy these ever or anything. Like, I'm not actively trying to have as many as possible. I just try and take the ones I'm actively using in my last character of the league. Like, when I have them, I just come and add them to this pile. I'm just gonna keep doing that. Wait, there's another one. No. Oh no, what tab was the other one in? It's got double corruption on it. Oh no. I want that one. Shit. I don't remember what tab that was in. Just clean up the mess tab by tab. I mean, I do need like fucking 20 hours worth of stalling over the next few days. I could do that, but I think I'd rather punch myself directly in the testicle. So maybe not. And clean the tab in like 20 seconds. Looking for videos shows more gameplay of who? Of what? Work instead of landing steel. Use a one instead of a sword. Like that. I'll definitely be testing it. I suspect it won't work that well, but it'll definitely be one of the things I test like within the first day or two. If it works as well as lancing steel or even close, I would probably also be willing to change to it to get a wand, because then I could get +2 levels and minion damage, and that would be huge. But I don't think it'll be good enough. Why is there just 20 chaos sitting here? Ooh. Regrets. Why the fuck was I corrupting, presumably double corrupting, a whole bunch of poets' pens? I don't remember doing that. I clearly did at some point. Oh, somewhere in here. Somewhere in here is a double corrupted mage blood that successfully hit 2 good things. It's somewhere in here and it needs to be in my mage blood tab. I don't really have a good reason for it needing to be in my mage blood tab. I've never cared about standard, but it's like, it's a very expensive belt. I can't just like leave it in the ether. I mean, I could, but it wouldn't make any practical difference to me. But now that I know in my brain, it will just annoy the piss out of me. You reckon it's going to be closer to the top? Okay, well, I got to here, so. On the standard, all mine says Freakia still. Freakia, you have to hit merge all yourself. So like click on any of those characters and hit merge all, because that was technically a private league. So you can't actually log into those characters until you merge them. And then can you do that with folders? I think you can. What I might start doing is towards the end of a league, just putting all of my tabs into one giant folder in the league and just naming the folder after the league. Like somewhere towards the, you know, last week of the league or whatever, just fucking condense everything into one folder. So that when I go looking through in standard, I'll just be like, ah, here's the folder from that league. And then everything from that league at least will be there. The question is, will I remember to do that? Probably not. Probably not. Imagine how happy you'll be when your tabs in standard are clean. I don't think it'll matter to me. I don't think I'll care. I'll just be happy when I find my mage blood. Hiding remove only tabs is just a really cool thing to do. So do we need a 20-hour cleanup session? Nah, I'd rather go run one a few times and just do practices. son of a bitch. It nearly looked grayed out. Because it's fucking that color. I was looking for something that got way more highlighted than that. Yo, I would have kept going. Thank you. You'll save my life. I was going to be there for 40 minutes. Okay, hide, remove only tabs. They're all gone now. They're all gone. It's fine. We don't need to worry about it anymore. You get to go at the top. Oh, you get to go second from the top. Because that one's got an enchant on it, which is like almost as good. I don't know which one of them's better. The double corruption or the enchant? I'm going to say the enchant's better. Because you can't get that anymore. All right. Fucking done. Fucking so many veiled scale things as well. How much chaos is this? 10, 20, 34, 34,000 chaos? 34,000 chaos, 1,600 nearly divine orbs, 2 mirrors, 1,800 exalts, 4 Hennikuri's locks. It's going all right. This side looks a bit sad, but that's... So that means I now have 3 mirrors. Two in softcore, 1 in hardcore. I have 2 in div as well. Really? Are they that cheap? I would have expected them to be like, I don't know, 2,000 or something in standard. I don't know, something fucking high. End of league price is the same. Oh, you're right. It's just the end of league price. They become like so close that they're like within 10 div of each other. Basically, because that's what people are doing. That's why that price hike happens in the last month. That's right. I had forgotten about that because the league hasn't ended in a year. I forgot that was a thing. Because the league hasn't ended. My bad. How do you look at someone's VOD if they're still streaming? There's definitely a way. I know that there's a way. It is already saved up to like 10 minutes before their current time. Unless it's me, in which case you just go to the YouTube live stream playlist, because all my VODs are on the live stream playlist instead of being published as videos. Hold up. Oh. Right, because I didn't have any. Okay, this just imported this solo self-found standard currency, just imported the thing that I just worked on. The one that I just did in standard, imported to here. Because I had previously merged it all out. And then this character was the first one to log into standard without settlers. Did you play during the race seasons? Yes. Yes, I did. I don't think there's no scrolling. I like to have all visible tabs. I mean, they're all visible right here. Just at the top. How? That's impossible. Even this one is like all these tabs are in a folder.
Get your magic find characters ready.
So that, but like you can't, the problem with folders is you can't even control click through them. You can't like control scroll through them. So all I want is for my drop tab to be the first one, obviously. And I want the important shit that I like need at a glance to be like right at the front. So like currency is just 1 tip away. Maps is only 2, but usually when I'm rolling maps and they end up in a different tab, what I do is I drop that one forward, and that'll be where my rolled maps are. So that I can just go bloop, bloop, and then drop them in. Links are guides. I might be going SRS for the first time this league. Nice. Nice. Also, Faustus. Nice Twitch name. Thank you very much for the prime.
They kind of can.
That is the thing. I don't know how far back it is though, but I wouldn't mind seeing whatever that is. $20 minutes, go all the way to the start. 20 minutes. All right, let's have a look. Go away, go away. Now, 20 minutes in. So a little bit further in because he goes to shield charge.
It's worth doing this.
Still using the 2. Oh, no, there it is. Okay, so he's changed into... No way that's just killing things. Was that just killing things? Just on its own? Yes. Yes, the fuck it was. He's just shield charging 3 stuff.
The different path and ledge. I tried it once and it was genuinely fucking terrible. It was so much of a longer run. I never tried it again. Is that what people do nowadays?
Yes, buddy.
Like, maybe it's good for XP if there's a bunch of monsters, but
He's legitimately shield charging. And using it to do damage. Wait, hold up. What was that tree like? Gonna be quick. Gonna be quick because he's only got that screen open for like fucking half a second. I mean, he has taken some melee physical notes, so doing that on my build probably wouldn't be quite as useful. Excuse me. Still impressive. I would not have expected just shield charge, chance to bleed, to just kill. It's even just got, you can tell, like it's straight up, he has 40% chance to bleed. And so 40% of the shit he charges through just dies, and the rest of it doesn't.
I need a blue somewhere. I need in gloves.
Can I like... Yeah, let's see if I can find out what his shield looks like. Like, is it an exceptionally good shield? Oh, here we go. Oh, no, fucking... Stop being so quick! How am I gonna tell? That's literally an 11 armor shield. It's just a white shield. Are you kidding?
Already shut your time, I forgot.
Nope. that's it. It's just a white shield from the vendor. That is surprisingly effective. Okay, sure.
I don't think this products are worth killing. They have like triple the HP of normal monsters do, because they have bad scaling mechanics.
Yeah, sure. It's as if he's skipping all of the mobs, right? Like most of them. It's as if he's skipping most of the mobs, like time-wise, except he isn't, because like 40% of them die behind him, right? It's just the chance to, the ones that don't die, he just doesn't care. He just leaves, right? No, it's a 2-link, right? No, it's a 3-link. What is that 3-link?
They have like
I think it's just faster attacks, shield charge, and chance to bleed.
already shut your time, I forgot.
Well, momentum at that point. Yeah, he's just swapping ground slam. Yeah, so it's just momentum. So he's just swapped out one of the things for chance to bleed, and now he just doesn't have to stop to kill things. He just fucking charges and shit dies. That's so funny. That's fucking hilarious. I would not have expected it to do that well. I just wouldn't have expected it to do that well. Literally shaved like 10 minutes off my act 1. Yeah, that's crazy. That's actually crazy.
Innocence is our father. Our The very sand shivers with malice. There's a power here that welcomes me.
Right. Hold up a moment. Right. Okay. I'll be back in just 1 second, and then we're gonna do some Act 1 bullshit and see if I can move faster. Alright. Back in a second. On my chair stream, no. Also, important note, I've been to the doctors. I had several things wrong. There's like a concoction of like fucking 5 pills and some powder that I am now taking, and they want to readdress in a month, which I guess is 3 weeks now.
I thought I'd be a dead woman by now.
Hey, look at that, a shield. Just throw that there for now.
Fine work with him. Stay sharp out there.
I saw what you did to him. Lion Eyes what?
Yoink.
Be well.
Damn it.
Still alive,
Should have ended
huh?
that while I was there too.
Stay
Boy.
sharp out there.
Look at Massive K. Just kept all my builds this league.
Just like my sister.
And just to
Upon the fire.
maybe? I don't know, res capping's not. I feel like res capping is practically free. Like it's really generally not hard to res cap. I usually run into an issue when I'm trying to res cap and over res cap 2 resistances high enough that that I can take all the negative res ulti mods and still not be below res cap. That's usually where I run into that's usually where I run into problems. The Professional League, because Max will run into them as well. I mean, I think oils are pretty profitable every league, right? Like oils are generally pretty good. That's certainly another option for me. I could stay SRS and just do Blight for like 2 days to make money. Hey, damn it. Ah. Pretty much everything does essence as well, unless they change how it works, because the like go-to way to do essences is to be in like tier 6 to tier 8 maps, which means you can just outgear the danger of most essences.
To learn is to live.
Ow. 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 Get off me. Don't do it. Don't get me. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We need a 2-link test. What do you mean? Hey, do we know if filters will be automatically updated? Filters you're subscribed to. So if you're subscribed to my filters, the ones that are like in blue, those will be automatically updated as far as you're concerned. I mean, nothing about it is automatic. I have to update them, but when you load in on League launch day, they will be updated. Yes, I will be having to basically fully remake them as soon as Neversink has finished his stuff. I will have to be remaking my filters, but I will set them to the same sync, so for you guys it won't matter. For me it's a bunch of work, but that's fine because you don't need to worry about that. I did this to myself. Like, I'm the one that decided I'd start providing public filters for people, so that's on me. Don't you worry about it. That's a Baylor problem. And if you customize them, which I do rather heavily. So you can see things right here, right? Like for instance, I know there's a 3-link back there that's green heavy because it's green, right? If I took this and dropped it on the floor, you can see that I know there's a blue heavy 3-link, right? The idea of this was to have a league start filter that would work for every build in existence all at once, and you would know what to ignore and what not to ignore. So we've done 3-links, 4-link highlights, all sorts of things, and we've done them in colors that are obvious. Triangles have 3 points, 3 sockets. If it's green heavy, which means 2 greens minimum, third one can be anything, it'll be green. If it's blue heavy, it'll be blue. If it's red heavy, it'll be red. And there's a gray for like the RGB ones, for like the chrome colored ones. And then it's the same in 4-links, right? It's the same in the 4-links. If it's at least 3 of the same color, then it'll be a square because there are 4 links when you get there. It'll be if there's at least 3 greens, it'll be a green square. If there's at least 3 blues, it'll be a blue square. If it's one of those 2-1-1 like hybridy ones, then it'll be a gray square, so that you like know what to turn around for. Now, I fucked this up because I was supposed to be hitting level 4 from there, which means I killed slightly not enough. You should hit level 4. Right? Yeah, most importantly, even if you don't like my filters, you can apply my leveling rules with all of those highlights to your own personal filter, because that was done as a, what do you call it? It was done as a module, so you can just add it.
Take care. What little help I can offer.
So let's see. From here,
Be well.
he already was using this for single target. Crossblink's fine.
If you're willing. There's a pool.
So he was literally already using this for single target.
Farewell.
And then we're just after something strength related so that I can wear shield charge. And then it would just be fine, right? Over shock or additive. Increased damage taken from ash is multiplicative. It is additive with things like shock. So, but those mods are multiplicative, right? So like increasing the damage that a mob takes is a multiplicative stat. But if there's, you know, several different ways for you to do that, that is one multiplier still. Oh, whoops. That is not the staircase I thought it was. That actually does do surprisingly well. Just on its own. Like just the totem and not bothering to like stop and freezing pulse things. Surprisingly good just on its own.
I think this ray glass will serve. When I'm ready, and not before.
I'm also good with the totem, right? Yes, if you've got a third link. Also, the totem's going to get a buff at league start? Yes. Was there a damage buff at low levels for it? Or was it just like more range? I actually can't remember. I know it had more range. I just don't remember if it came with damage as well. You give us Rampage on the Merc will give us the opportunity to get Rampage. I expect not. I expect that it will not do that. %, more AoE range, right? I mean, I guess same thing. Go there first for the strength. Well, I was thinking. Oh, wait, is that strength enough? Yeah, you might be right. If that one strength node is enough, which it is, yeah, you're right. I was thinking right into the thing for the strength and dex just to like fix the problems immediately, but you're right. If I had just gone right one first, I could have shield charge right now. Seems like the trigger craft will be in the refinery. Not will be, it is. It's been there for like a year. You just get an amulet? I can. Ideally, I'd want a heavy belt and a dex amulet because you get short on both. Early. So like I'm normally going for a heavy belt and then a dex amulet. It's been there for a year. Yeah, meaning as a Settlers League, with the last league that started, it was in Refinery. When I say it's been there for a year, I mean it's been one single league. Yeah. Ah.
Hello.
I wish I had more, but I don't have enough of anything. Okay, so right, so you don't get minion damage or melee splash there. I mean, you can just put that there for now. I have the shield charge, so next level I can do that. If I wanted momentum, I would have to get it from somebody else. Or mule it. I can't get it in standard. I thought it was new. Nope, it's been there for a while. Control left click an item. Try without what? Oh, without momentum. Oh, I'm gonna. In 40% of a level, I'll be shield charging. Villa, hi. Best all-round spellcaster build. I don't think there's any like hand casting builds that are fantastic, to be honest. At least not currently. Ta-da! We get brands. I guess brands and anything Archmage is probably all right. That actually does speed you up quite a bit. Even without faster casting, faster attacks or momentum, that is quite a bit of like movement I've got going on there. Well, there are some things that Ben does that like aren't applicable to us, right? Like you can't just watch like Ben running or Tai running or someone like that and then be like, I'll just copy what they do. It doesn't work like that. They're better than you are, and you can't do all of those things. But that doesn't mean we can't do some of those things.
I'd rather burn.
Right? Some of those things we can definitely do. Muling a momentum from Ranger, that's not a bad plan. I don't mind that at all. What else? Right? Like, I mean, implementing shield charge just in general is not a bad idea here. Interesting. I can't actually buy chance to poison? I receive chance to poison as a reward, right? I just can't buy it. Where I normally get Summon Phantasm as a reward, I can buy that for 1 wisdom scroll. So I should probably pick up chance to poison and just use that instead of chance to bleed for this setup. Thinking the country tabs already combined. No. Did you have some leveling rejects for gems? Yeah, right there. Not for gems. Although I could do it for gems as well. Right, I've got one for like links and movement skills and whatnot.
Be well.
Which has to take it as a reward, otherwise you can't buy it until the library. Yeah.
You managed. I've traveled inland on the Emperor's Road.
So I've got this one, which looks for links and movement speed boots. Right? But I could also do one with just my gems, to be honest. And have it just like, boom, highlighted, done.
Welcome.
That wouldn't be the worst.
Stay sharp out there.
You get bigger because of the compatibility and character limit. It just means we can have bigger ones. Not necessarily that we have to. Like I've got enough for my whole search that I want to do right there. Yo, look at that. I got around the whole thing. And back out to here with no movement speed boots in 1 round. Just because of shield charge. That is significantly faster. I really didn't think shield charge was that good early. Until I saw it getting used and was like, maybe actually we do that. Even without faster attacks, or momentum, just on its own, that is worth using. Which I should definitely use a momentum and then like replace it with faster attacks probably. Right? Boom. You can get a 3-link. Yeah, but I want chance to poison to be my other one, at least for a little while. At least for a little bit.
Be well.
Also, you do a chance to poison. I mean, it's just flat damage and a poison. You'll just kill stuff accidentally while running past. The reason I want to do that is just because of we just watched Ben doing one with chance to bleed, which chance to poison is basically the same amount of damage. Is it a preference more than better? It's a preference more than better. I personally much prefer melee splash. Yo, huge. A good reason to make sure you're leveling a chance to poison, something that like isn't in the guide, is what if that glove mod for chaos, for fire to chaos, is like really common, and you like pick one up in like Act 2 or Act 3 or whatever, and you're just like, oh, that mod exists, and here it is on my gloves already. Well, if you've been leveling a chance to poison, you're gonna slap that bitch in immediately. And congratulations on your start to poison SRS. Like you just are already doing a good job. But I've no concept of how good or how early or that'll be, how early that mod can show up, how common it is. We have no idea. So like, you know, if I have one, then it won't matter. But if I don't have one, and then I get the mod on the gloves, I'd be like, oh man, I wish I had one. Isn't it only available from the mercs that are mercs at level 68 plus? No idea. Is it? Do the specialty mods only come from those high level mercs? Because the mercs happen all the time. I don't know. Excuse me. Think I'm going pizza sticks? You know, I fucking saw that video and it didn't look bad. It really actually didn't look bad. I think it was Mathel. Mathel was looking at potentially starting pizza sticks, and it was like, I don't know if it'll like hold up long term, but like campaign wise, it looked great in that video. Like I was like, oh, that's like real. That's doing real things. That does not look like it's a meme. Tell you what, you don't want to use shield charge too much indoors. It's shit. But it was really good on the outside realms. Or like when there's a nice open passage.
Fate smiles with sharp teeth.
Using the overlay for when you were at vendors before. No, that's just awakened PoE trade. It just has some like custom things you can put into it, and I made one for the links for my current build. That's all.
Ignorance brought you here, sister. To the one place where your talent.
Get wrecked.
Had you been my creation, Root, would not have fallen so easily.
This again. How does this compare to spin to win Holy Relic Ascendant? What the fuck? I haven't seen anyone play spin to win Holy Relic in leagues. I don't think that's a build anymore.
For some,
Where's your flame wall? I didn't have it. I didn't even have transmutes or wisdom scrolls. I had what I had. I had what I had, and that's it. Yeah, people always bring this up. We see it every league. Yeah, but like, where are they getting the idea? Like where is that coming from? I don't understand why it's a thing people are trying to do. Can I link one? Please. Please do. Because I would love to see where this idea is coming from, because it's not a real build that you should be playing. What the actual fuck is this? God damn, he's geared. That's Rayla? Is that someone I should... Nice. That's not bad. Desecrate, bone offering, vulnerability, and punishment. So it's a pure fizz. Pride, determination, zealotry, flesh and stone. Yep. Meat shield maim, assassin's mark on hit. So it's a pure fizz crit version of Holy Relic. Just assume that they're able to give the minions power charges as well. And then we got the entry of poison to use if we use non-poison support. So I just can't show you every single like individual gear upgrade. I just have to like do jumps of like go from this to this. We never actually want chance to poison in our links. We're just willing to use it until we get enough poison jewels. I usually change poison chance to poison out as soon as I have around about 90% without it. And then we still want to cap anyway, right? We start with it in because it's huge, but once it's only giving me about 10 to 12-ish% poison chance, that's when we drop it. So when you're at like 88 to 90 or so without it, you drop that and replace it with something else, and then still try and get another poison chance jewel so that you can cap it. Energy will be maimed for sure. Let's assume max effect. Let's assume stand. Oh, Why the fuck? What on earth? Why would that? Hold on. Oh, right, because the blood stance makes the enemies take more physical. So in this version, you can actually use blood stance. Yeah. I mean, honestly, this doesn't suck. I don't think I would do it over my version. Certainly not as a league start. He's got cold there too. You just sat in silo 24/7? Yeah, I mean, that's playable in silo. So we do have a problem though with... where is it? Where is Cyclone? So there's a huge problem with Cyclone, which is its attack rate. That is horrendous. Because... there it is. Okay, so he's at 5 attacks per second. So as long as he's got 52% on his Holy Relic, then we've lined those up perfectly. Which he does. Okay, yeah. I mean, you don't ever get to go to the 82%, but he's nailed the correct balance between attack speed and cooldown as well. All right, so whoever the fuck this is, they know what they're doing. They have cooked up their own build. It's not horrible. It's probably significantly less League Start appropriate. I wouldn't personally do this on League Start. Yeah, Cyclone gets 5 attacks per second pretty much for free too. Yeah, but that's not the problem. The problem is if you have 5 attacks per second, it's great. If you have 6 attacks per second, it's not. If you have 5.5, it's not, right? Like you have this real small window where you need to be like within like, I think 0.4 or something to actually hit like, it's like, yeah, within 0.04 to like hit perfect rounding things, right? Like you're just fucking ridiculous to manage stuff, but he's done that. He's done that perfectly. So definitely knows what he's doing. I would not suggest this to people as a league start. For sure, I would not suggest that to people as a league start. But I don't hate it. It's not terrible, right? Like that person knows what they're doing. They are not a Pepega idiot. It is an option. What's this one from? 3 years ago. This is before Holy Relic of Conviction existed. This is the regular Holy Relic, which is why he's wearing the helmet and still only has 2. This is very old. Nice Kingmaker. Kingmaker is good. Yep. Yeah, it looks fine. I'm having to get the perfect speed. Yeah. Like you have to get like the perfect speed. Yeah, I mean, that's not bad. For anyone wondering why I never use Cyclone, I use Lancing Steel, it's because we completely bypass the entire... One, coverage is great, but two, we completely bypass the need to balance our attack speed by having so many attacks. Like, so many that it just doesn't matter. Like, we have so many individual hits with Lancing Steel of spraying that returns. Just so many that it just doesn't matter what the cooldown is, we're hitting it. Like, we're like, it doesn't, we just have to hit the breakpoints on the cooldown, right? We just have to hit the breakpoints on the cooldown. There will be an attack there because we just hit a billion times. But yeah, that's good. Like, we can work it out real quick, right? Hold up a second. Let's just go with... So this is not a min-maxed one. I didn't put any min-maxed ones in here. But let's just do this real quick and get rid of this that we use to, like, make sure it calculates shit properly. Okay. So what? My attack rate is only 2.6. So 2.6 times a second. On a single target, we fire 14 projectiles that all return. And they happen over the course of a second because of how it works. Like, when you attack, it goes... Right? And that whole attack lasts 1 second, and then they return. So it's 14 attacks per thing, right? Then you do that 2.6 times per second, right? And then they all return. So if there's only a single target on the screen, it goes infinitely higher because it pierces all targets. So if there's 2, you double this. If there's 10, it'll ridiculous amount, right? But that means we're hitting 72.8 times per second on a single target. This is why we don't need to worry about balancing our attack speed perfectly, right? Because our attack, wherever the cooldown breakpoint is, it doesn't fucking matter. The life gain on hit is 44 at that point, which is 3,200 life per second. Yeah, if you go into the calcs with Holy Relic, it'll show you the trigger rate somewhere. It does, but it assumes that I'm only triggering once per Lancing Steel, right? So what I do, there's probably a better way to do it, but what I do is I put this fucking like 10,000% increased attack speed mod in, just so that Holy Relic knows that whenever the cooldown is up, it will go off. Yes, I know. Right? Because Lancing Steel of spraying doesn't do any damage, so me changing my attack speed doesn't fucking do anything, right? Like, so I just put this bullshit line in here so that it knows that whenever the cooldown is up, it will happen. Will Poison Necro outscale the Guardian Elemental Holy Relic? Yes and no. In your first 6 to 8 div, the Guardian's better. From 8 div to about 400, 450 div, the Necro's better. At 2+ mirrors, the Guardian is well in front again. It gets to scale to the moon infinitely because it doesn't have a dot cap. we have a dot cap and that like plateaus our scaling. Like it gets rid of about 55% of our potential scaling. Once we've hit dot cap, any further scaling past that is only effective at about 45% because we're at dot cap. We're only able to scale the hit portion. So that's when your guardians and stuff will go further. Funnily enough, because of the attack rate capability still isn't showing enough hits. It still isn't showing enough hits for reasons like the actual hit DPS or the life gain on hit recovery or whatever, but it is showing enough to guarantee that my proc rates are happening in reasonable time frames. Right? This build still be so expensive? Depends on how many people run it. Depends on how many people run it. I have no idea. I will also be starting Holy Relic. I could not tell you whether it'll be expensive, too expensive or not.
Be well.
Only previously, after playing PoE, I'm gonna try this relic build with the last hurrah for PoE before it fully releases, and I try that for the first time. PoE 2 will not fully release this year. It will not. There's no chance. I know they've been saying like, oh, there's a chance we get it out by December. They won't. There isn't. You've written guide for this build. I absolutely do. Exclamation mark relic. There's a written guide, a video to go with it. There's progression. There's everything in there. If there's a world where they actually release in December, it'll be one of those things that really fucking disappoints me, because it'll just be calling it a release. Because I mean, they can just call it a release whenever they fucking want. That doesn't make it a full game. That doesn't make it finished.
The sirens appear to be dining well.
In my mind, if you don't have all the classes in and all the weapon types in, we're not ready yet. That's my benchmark. All the classes and the campaign, obviously. Campaign finished, all the classes in, all the weapon types in. Now you're done. If we don't have that and they call it a release, I will be disappointed, because that is still just a beta you're calling a release. Yeah, I know they said that. But if it actually happens, I will be disappointed. I mean, I'll still play. I mean, I'll still play it. Don't think for a moment that me being disappointed in that, if it happens, is going to lead to me like fucking grandstanding on my soapbox and being like, I refuse to play. No, I'll play whatever the fuck slop you give me. I will be on my knees with my mouth open saying, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Can I have some more, sir? Like, I know who I am as a person, but I'll be disappointed about it. Yo, can you let me move? Fucking freeze. It is outside of having to pay for a key.
And that's how you die,
I mean, like,
boy. No half measure.
if you literally don't have the base classes, like, how can you call it complete? Like, I don't know how we could be confused. Like, if we don't have all of the ascendancies, like, I know we're never done with PoE, right? Like, whenever you're done with the league, you just start a new league. Like, we're just never done developing. But like, when you don't even have the classes, that's not. It just doesn't seem okay to me. And what does complete mean? That the ascendancies and the campaign are done. Putting it now. Minion CDR on a belt. Yeah, we did see minion CDR on a belt. There's no way I'm using it. Even if it went to 32%, which is what it would need to be useful to me, it still wouldn't be worth giving up the normal minion belt for. So it's sort of one of those, I'm not really sure why that mod exists thing. Like, I actually don't know who that's for. I literally don't know who that's for.
The wardens.
What are the odds for getting these? Crew lab works. Setting at 0. What are the odds of getting these transfigured gems at Crew lab? Low. Low. I would not try and farm those gems in Cruel Lab.
Farewell.
That is a Merc Lab farm. That sounds like my experience in Merc Lab, not Cruel. Like 1.5 hours. We'll still
Get
give
your
a
magic
second
find
to
characters
still.
ready.
I don't think so, no. I don't think so, no. It's doable if you really, 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 really want to, but no. Asakuri? Thank you very much for the prime. Here we go, what, like 3 or 4 days or something? 3 days, I think. I really wish I had booked a haircut. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to go down and see if I can just get a haircut without booking. I don't want to go to like a barber's or anything though, because they don't fucking do long hair very well. So I don't know how that's going to go. Okay, I mean... that's a chance to poison gem I just picked up. It's not even leveled. Oh, sorry. I was just trying to test out the chance to poison thing. Leaving the house. I have my big guy come to my house. I'm sorry. What? Is that an option? Because the PoE wiki extension is no longer available. I just downloaded it yesterday. I mean, that's chance to poison right there. Like, I just picked one up that was level 1 off the floor. It still nearly one taps all the trash as I go through. That place work. You usually have a chair that they can use. Have you asked your barber if they do house calls? Yo, is it normal for people to have a barber? Or a hairdresser? Like, am I missing out? I just fucking... I just go down the store and then walk into the, like, hair place and go, someone sliced me up. And then I just, like, let whoever does it. I didn't know it was a thing. Ow. Do you fucking mind, bud? When you find somebody that does a good job, you keep going back to them? I mean, I guess I do have one girl that I book in for all the time when I'm gonna have it dyed properly and professionally, because she does a better job than the other 4 or 5 people that I've tried. Also, she does this thing. I don't really know what it is exactly. She calls it sugaring. I don't know what that means, but she adds something that I imagine is akin to sugar to the bleach, which makes it not burn my sensitive scalp. And I love that shit.
Poor fishwife. Was love that did this to you? It's nice to see there's still some life in this twitching corpse of a continent.
So how does this work? Based offhand physical damage. Adds for every 15 armor or evasion on shield, of which I only have 10, so... more damage with hits at maximum charge distance. Okay, so it's really just that it has a bunch of base physical damage. And adding either chance to poison or chance to bleed is just like a lot of... Like your poison or bleed is quite strong compared to like low level shit. Because it's just got a bunch of... Like, look at that. I have no damage nodes. And that... I picked that chance to poison up 1 level ago, right? Like, it's not... It isn't leveled. Is the important bit here. So yeah, that's actually not bad. So it's not even really about the flat that chance to bleed or chance to poison is adding. It's about the base flat it already has and enabling an ailment to come from that for low level content is just good. Yeah, obviously, if I didn't have a white shield, I'd had a better shield, but I don't want one of these early. I don't want like a bone shield early because it's only based off armor or evasion, not energy shield.
Hello.
But yeah. All right, sure. Why not? And so what could you have if you were a good one? Like, I mean, obviously not this one, but like if you were a good one, hey, look at that. If you were a good one at low levels, you'd probably only have about 30 armor anyway, which would be, I mean, that'd still be 8 to 14 additional physical damage. Like that's still not, that's not a nothing number. Plus it would be faster if I had faster attacks or momentum, which I will have because we'll be muling that, I guess. Yeah, it's not so much that you kill everything, is that you would kill some things and damage things a lot, and it just a passive speed up. Don't level 5 armors get 20% quality with 1 scrap. Yes. Right? Like that half died on the way past, right? And that chance to poison is the equivalent of level 7. I'm level 14. It's like 2 levels lower than it's supposed to be because, you know, I had to pick it up off the floor. I had to get lucky to test it. Because I didn't know to take it as my reward. Which spells? They say damage over time with spells. This build for somebody who wants to try Ubers for the first time. Desoth is spell tagged. It is not. Desoth is not a spell. Increased spell damage doesn't work. Same as all the other auras, it has a spell tag, but the act of the spell is turning the aura on. Just that part's default. You don't get an option. Like it does it automatically, but the act of like turning the aura on is a spell, but the actual damage is not. Let me type back. Ugh. I mean, yeah, even that's what I'll try it then. Poor guy was in an ad. It's the only way to respond. Yo, why is this guy so fucking tanky? Bud, you're the tankiest thing I've seen this whole day. You're just a single essence mob. What the fuck? You are a single essence mob. I know essences make you tanky, but what does that essence specifically do? Because that's not even a tanky base type. It's just a little spider dude. Why do you have so much life? Why do you have so much life? Sons of Hatred might have fire res. I guess.
I barely recognize myself.
New bossing build? Fuck it, let's have a look.
Plus in chat.
You
You guys haven't seen it yet? Look at this one. This is a problem right here. This one's actually a problem. Now this is a problem.
Not that.
This one's a problem.
That must be the rolling magma miner. That looks really good though. I mean, when I say looks really good, what I do mean is you won't be able to see the screen. But it looks really good. Scrimps. Able to raid. How you doing? Blazing Silver, rolling magma. Because of the new sab nodes, that 50% chance to return, fire in random directions, mixed with the mines chained 2 additional times, the new mod is going to be relatively gross. My Elden Ring, so now I can see what I am. Do something gross with that amulet Gloomfang, right? Probably. I don't know if I should, but did you see the new Pee-wee drama? I did not. Do I care? I don't care. Fantastic. I'm just too old for drama, man. I just don't fucking care. Also, like, PoE drama is like so fucking low stakes. Like, I don't know how that's entertaining anyone. The melee splash scale compared to flat like for the first few acts. I mean, like, flat would be more damage, but then you don't do any splash damage of any kind, right? Like, you need to kill a pack, not kill one thing and then the next thing and then the next thing. I like that it's low stakes because it's all a bit of fun. I don't know, man. When the like leagues start, like rush and everything is over in a few weeks, I'm probably going to like I'm probably going to therapy. I don't even fucking I'm having problems with this entire world. PoE drama just seems so fucking ridiculously unimportant. I just what's happening now? This fucking LA stuff we don't want to get into on stream.
Hello. Return if you must.
Infernal Legion is really good for leveling. It is really good for leveling. It'll last like 2 acts or something, doing pretty decent damage, and it is great. It is a fantastic option.
What trouble?
I don't think minion life actually does anything. I don't think they technically have a life pool. I'm pretty sure you just link skitterbots to Infernal Legion and just call it a day.
The air stinks of thaumaturgy. I could learn a thing or two here.
I was looking at the FAQ and the attribute restrictions will limit what we can do with the mercenaries. No. Do essence on attribute? Probably depends on what you're doing. Depends on what you're doing. It also depends on like maybe I want one that has like malevolence and aspect of the spider, and maybe that's more important to me than what gear it can wear. So maybe I get to find out what my stat requirements are when we get there, and then just build the best one that I can out of what's available to me. While you can't actually calculate the only relic DPS, does it feel more than poison? No, actually. It is lower DPS than poison SRS. It is far better coverage. I think we made a command for the difference between all of the builds. Or at least what I think the difference between all the minion builds are. Didn't we make that a... There you go, it's verse. There you go. VS. There's a little highlight of like the different minion builds and like how I think that they are all differ. They're all worth playing for different people. They both hit dot cap. How can they be different? So Holy Relic, it's a lot harder to hit dot cap on. A lot harder. Poison SRS hits dot cap significantly earlier, which is only 36 million. And it ends up with around 55 million total DPS because it also has a pretty high hit component. In the same level of bullshit min-maxing on your Holy Relic, I'm guessing we only hit about 40-ish at best. It's probably even a little bit more expensive to get there as well. Oh, fuck me. I always end up in here. This is the Soul Eater mob. Oh, yeah, because they'll die. Yeah, solid as fuck. Maybe Normandy goes higher. You would never use a Normandy in a Poison SRS build. When you're talking about a Normandy, that's an entirely different build with different scaling, different everything. It's a very, very different build. I wouldn't put them in the same category. I've never actually successfully had a popcorn SRS build like that I enjoyed of any kind, so I don't really have any insight on those. It's just never been good enough anytime I've tried it. And trying to put an Animate Guardian on because fuck the Spectres. That's what I'm going to try and do. I'm going to try and use the version that I normally don't use Spectres and Animate Guardian in. I'm just going to try and squeeze an Animate Guardian into it. And see if I can like make that work because he won't lose his gear anymore and that excites me. God damn. Yeah, this gets me around so much. Okay, this has to be like... Has to be part of how I do it. Skills. Okay, I just wasn't expecting shield charge with no faster attacks, no scaling of attack speed, no nothing. I just wasn't expecting that to like do well, I guess. I don't know. I just wasn't expecting it.
Travel far.
I am.
Pretty lame skill if it was worse than walking with no supports. I mean, fair.
Thought you were a fool.
What do you do with Skittleites? Immolate? No. Infernal Legion. You can actually just put Infernal Legion on them. And what they do is they just fucking sit around burning for some reason. And their like damage isn't super high. Like, that's not like super high damage. But like Skitterbots are good anyway because they put the shock and chill on. And they're like some clear damage happens at the same time. It's like moderately useful for a few acts. Original mana? Not much. So 120? Skitterbots themselves are like, what is that, 35 or something?
I need more mana.
Endurance charges any other way other than, I mean, there's a few different ways to do it. You can always use, so usually I've just got inexorable pretty early. Sometimes when I'm looking to like block cap, I'll use this one to get me endurance charges. You can use an enduring composure. You can get endurance charge on a jewel. Chances are there might be a merc that gives us reliable endurance charges. That would be super worth looking into if it works.
Your trouble.
I've not had a problem. Like it seems to maintain for me every time I've done it.
It's kind of disappointing, really. I usually like.
Yes?
Fair grade. Still composing.
Yes? While we live, we are blessed.
Runecraft 20% increased effect of mods on gloves can impact the minion's fire to chaos conversion. I mean, sure, but when you have more than 100% conversion, it just squishes all the numbers to equal 100. Like what we currently do with Poison SRS is Poison SRS has one baked into it. It has 100% physical converted to fire. And we use the Ascendancy to do 100% of physical converted to chaos. That's what we currently do. That's 200% conversion. So that just gets squashed to 100. You end up with 50% fire, 50% chaos. Though the glove mod is already 100% fire to chaos. So like, yeah, it might affect it and make it 120, but that's not going to give you 20% more damage. It's just going to still convert 100%. really hope there's a Fizz to Chaos one. Me too. If there's a Fizz to Chaos one that we haven't seen, that's fantastic. If there is a Fizz to Chaos one we haven't seen that we get for Holy Relic, this comes out immediately. We do not need the Wither. We do that ourselves anyway, which means all we were using this Ascendancy for is that, and this goes in immediately. Or this, depending on what you want. You can either get a whole bunch of resistances, or you can get this one for more damage and whatnot. Probably this early, until you've got good gear, and then swap it for Plaguebringer. Right. But back in 1 second. Earth Elementalist will be quadruple the chieftain's damage. You reckon? Thoughts on Barmer using the gloves now? I mean, Barmer's always been really good.
Ready, exile? This
Oh, was Pox already weighed in on LES or LE Righteous Fire? Yeah, then I'd go with whatever Pox says. That would be by far would be my default, is whatever Pox says. That's wrecked, buddy.
This land has no time for avaricious little despots like you, Oak.
Wish RF could do all content such a reflect. Righteous Fire can't be reflected. And at least, I don't know what they're using now. If they're still using Fire Trap, that can't be reflected either. RF could already run Reflect. I don't know if he plans to use something different or not than Fire Trap. Early reflect because they don't listen. Oh yeah, they level up their Frostblink or whatever, or Flame Dash, and then just fucking blink into a pack and get reflected to death. Yeah. Yeah, just keep that shit at level 1. You don't need levels on it. Reflect should have been removed years ago. Yo, years ago, Reflect was a modifier that rare monsters had. So you would just be mapping in a safe map, and then ta-da, you reflected to death, bitch. It was like from off screen, and you're like, I don't know what happened. I guess I hit a reflect rare somewhere that wasn't on my screen, and now I'm dead. That was a real thing.
Land learns to heed my commands.
fucking funny though. Trying to get into a map mod felt a lot better. There's like this bone shatter instant death. Yeah. Medical gems. If I'm to get to more holy relics with 14%. And buy trophies and trade. Yes, but do keep an eye on, like, if you're on trade, you don't necessarily have to farm your own gems, right? You just like start making money somehow. So like you could just go to heist and like buy your gems, or you could run lab and when you get anyone's gem that they want, sell it and use that money to buy your own gems, right? Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Yep, and Penance Brand of Dissipation. That'll be pretty good. Certainly that Ball Lightning one will be worth some money. Like, it's not in a trade league, it's not really hard. Like, it will not take that long to stop and farm and gem. What poison chance do we need for the switch? Just chance to poison gem. You'd already start. I literally start maps like it with just chance to poison and no jewels. And then it just gets better and better as you get more chance. Yeah. And yet
Make it fast.
you know you're talking about? Yes. Yes, I do. That's why we can dual stream now. That's why YouTube gets a stream now. The old computer could not handle it. It could barely handle playing the video game and opening a YouTube video at the same time. Barely. In fact, even saying it did handle that is probably a bit of a stretch.
Return if you must. There you will.
We feel amazing to play on the new rig. It really does though. Previously, without juice, just in the campaign and whatnot, I would get 30 frames at best, 18 quite often. And then in juice, I would go down to like, I don't know, 8 to 10 pretty often. Now I'm just at 120 frames all the time. I can do like delirium juiced content, everything I want, while streaming to multiple platforms. It's just at 120. It's just capped at 120 and it never goes down. It just does everything. And it's great. Precision SRS on the campaign. I never do. You can probably make an argument to take the 250 flat accuracy rating mastery. Like, is it just here? Yeah, like I could just take that and that would solve it for at least the whole campaign. Will convert minion instability. Oh shit. Maybe. Hold. I mean, it should. I hadn't considered that at all. Full chaos minion instability. Huh. You know,
Fascinating.
huh. I mean, minions explode when reduced to low life. 33% of their life as fire. I mean, minion damage scales this, so I don't know why. Yeah, it would have to, because minion, like when you increase minion damage, it scales this. Right? Dave, come to me, Dave. I would change my league start plan today if they said we're reversing Dark Marionettes. I'd be like, all right, I'm going to do Dark Marionettes. Fuck everybody. I'm doing Dark Marionettes. But they won't. They won't, and you know they won't.
Ready, exile! It is time to hunt! This
Undetected. The worst thing is they made that nerf for completely unrelated reasons. It had nothing to do with trying to nerf that build at all. We just got hit collateral damage and it deleted the build. Just straight up collateral damage and the build's gone.
what has happened?
Yes?
Interesting. Yeah, okay, obvious. So I can't pick up faster attacks either. So if I wanted to change to faster attacks, which I think happens here in Act 2, I wouldn't. I would just have to, like, I'd have to get it from someone else. Is it Act 1 now?
Yes?
I still don't think I get it. I don't see it. No, I don't get it.
Well,
Okay, so if I want faster attacks, which I think I will, then I have to get that from somebody else. In Holy Relic League start? Yeah, trying out some things that I saw, that we saw somebody else doing. One, leveling with shield charge, which is definitely quicker and I'm definitely taking it. And then the second thing was using, which I've used before, but I wasn't planning on using for this, summon skitterbots with Infernal Legion. Because they just sort of, it's not like a high amount of damage, but like, they do still do a pretty decent amount of burning, as well as putting that 15% shock on for more damage for me. So seems to level a little better. Certainly levels a little quicker. Don't charge enough to kill bosses. No. No. The shield charge chance to poison thing was like enough to kill some trash mobs in Act 1 as you scream through quickly. It's certainly enough to make a difference, and I will probably use it. But by the end, by here, I just want to be like swapping it for faster attacks or whatever. It becomes available, I guess. Yes. Shield charge and momentum if you mule it. And if you don't, chance to poison. Chance to poison worked really well in Act 1, actually. Honestly, I'd probably use it over momentum. The problem is you have to take chance. If you want to do that, you have to take chance to poison as the reward. Because while you get offered it as a reward on a witch, you cannot buy it afterwards. For some reason. Because that makes total sense. On to Dialas, and how is it early league? Pre-Dialas, the entire Holy Relic build feels just okay. Like you start it and you're like, well, I'm killing stuff. It's okay. I'm not hitting walls, but this doesn't feel like amazing. And you might even start to be like, man, like I'm doing okay, but like, was this really the league start I wanted? Like, could there have been something quicker? And the answer is yes, there could have been. And then you get a Dialas and you slap the Dialas on and then you laugh and you giggle and you're like, yeah, never mind. This is exactly what I wanted. What the fuck is going on here? So it's not bad, but it is certainly the Dialas that like pushes it to the next level of being really good. What filters I'm using? My own. You can subscribe to them right there. At that exclamation mark filter thing. I will have to redo the whole fucking things because of all the changes, but that won't matter to anyone else. You guys will just be able to log in and begin using them, and it'll all be fine.
Get your magic find characters ready.
That is a Baylor problem. Devon Sizemore, thank you very much for the prime. How expensive will Dialas be on League start? Day 1 like 4 div, day 2 like 6-ish, and then by day 3 back down to 4. If you're real quick early day 1, you can get it for 1 or 2. That's been the past. I can't really tell you what for sure will happen next time or anything, but yeah, it is a like sticking point. I'm not gonna like sell it to you as being free or anything. You will have to do a little bit work. You will have to do a little bit of work to get the holy relic, to get the Dialas. There's no point in like telling you, oh, it'll be really, really easy, and then having you do it and be like, oh my god, I got baited. This is so trash. I can't afford it. Why is Dialas GG? All minions benefit from levels more than most other things. It's like 14 to 17% depending on the minion, more damage every level. That's great. Levels is the second best way to scale Holy Relic, and the first best way to scale most minions. Holy Relic scales even better from quality as long as you hit breakpoints. And there are very, very few ways to get quality on a minion. And one of those ways is a Dialas. Is Holy Relic good in Sanctum? It's capable of doing Sanctum. I would not make it as a Sanctum runner. As SRS without specters? Fine. It's fine. Also, it may completely not be worth doing Sanctum. We don't even know. True. It literally just might not be worth running Sanctum at all. And not important, there's another gear in the tree has spell suppression. Couldn't afford to fit in spell suppression in that one. Feels very tanky without it. I don't bother. We've got all the block. It's fine. We got some block, a little bit of max res, tons of recovery. It's fine. Easily farm tier 17s later with juice. Again, so this is going to be a running answer. Holy Relic is not the best at anything you can possibly think of. It doesn't win a single category. If your goal is to farm tier 17s as cheap and as early as possible, you should not pick Holy Relic. That is not its specialty. In fact, it doesn't have a specialty. It is like A tier at everything. Can it farm tier 17s? Absolutely, no problem. It'll be a little bit more expensive than the specific farm tier 17s early builds, but it'll get there. It won't be that far behind, and it'll do it acceptably. And it'll do that to everything, which is why I like it. It's why it's my favorite build, but it is not the best at anything. It doesn't win a single category. It's just like the second best at fucking everything. And so you're like, well, I can still do that like nearly as good as the specialized build. And then you move on to the next thing and you're like, oh, I can do that nearly as good as the specialized build. And then you move on to the next thing and you're like, oh, I can do that nearly as good as the specialized build. And it's just like that on every single mechanic. So is the rest his new favorite? No, Holy Relic is my favorite. Had the heist video Baylor looked at 2 weeks ago. That command might not be in the YouTube chat. It was !sanctum was the video, because it's technically a sanctum video, not a heist video, but it covers how to do all the early heisting, because that's how that guy's progression went to get good enough to start sanctums. Don't remember if I put that command in the YouTube or not.
When you build something like this,
I did not.
a way of life.
Here, I will move it over there. There we go. You just some recently. Yep. Making the only way to play it, if you for some reason want to make changes, is very adaptable. Oh yeah. It's super adaptable. Well, how you doing? Are you ready? I'm ready. I could start the day after tomorrow. I couldn't actually, so I'm not ready. I mean, I can start right now, but I haven't like prepared anything to eat or guaranteed myself a good night's sleep. but I'm like, I want to go now. Yeah, if anyone's playing Holy Relic for the first time, if you find yourself starting to struggle a little, but you haven't gotten to the Diala's stage yet, hold out. It's worth it. When you get to Diala's, it's all great. And if anyone's trying to do it in solo self-found or a small group found league, fucking don't. Because you can't target farm a Diala's. There's no card. There's no place it drops. It doesn't have a way to be target farmed. Worst case scenario, you can actually just use the Covenant. It's not as good, but it will still help quite a bit.
There she is, my work in progress. Let's see if Raycraft has been good to you, Gwyn.
Bye, Piety. At what stage will not having a Diala's be noticeable? Like you can pretty comfortably do your progression and your Al can go tier 16s and your like quest bosses and whatnot. But as soon as you start trying to do even like mid juice, it's like noticeable that you don't have it. It's still doable when you start like throwing in a few scarabs and whatnot. Like it's still doable, but it starts to feel a bit like, I'm not quite as strong as I wish I was. How much longer are you going to be on? Not long. People want to get a pog. I'm going to play. I'm sick of trash. Oh no, it actually looks fucking great. PoE 1 looks like it's going to be fucking fantastic. You should absolutely like jump on board the hype train. All aboard. With fucking yay. Fucking yay. It's all the thing. It's good. It's good. It's good.
General Talakoda.
In the settlers, it seemed to go up to 5 div on the first day and then drop to 102. Yeah. I'm expecting like, you know, by the end of day 1 we'll be at 5. But day 2 will be back down to 3 maybe. Day 3 will probably hit 2 and then stay there. Like it's not that rare and not that many people need it. But because of how strong it is for the specific builds that do want to use it, its day 1 price is usually relatively high. But if you're someone that doesn't even get to tier 16s until day 3, the things are already coming down in price by the time you get there. So really that doesn't matter. Or if you're someone quick enough to get one of the first ones that pop up, then you can usually get it for like 1 div or maybe 2 instead of, you know, 5, because you can get it before price goes up. It being slow is an advantage. It really is though. Don't forget you need to 6-link it. True. I would probably put a 5-link Dialas on. Yeah. I would put on a 5-link Dialas. What did we do? Oh no. Oh no. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, are these all failed mage bloods that got different influences? Apply. You can play one of the starter builds. Did I reply? I hope I did. So no enhance. So if anyone's done that Holy Relic build before, the problem is that there were too many options. When I want to keep the Spectre and Animate Guardian version in and also one without it, and I want everything, I can't just put every single option on but guides because people mix shit together and fuck it up. But if you know what you're doing, you can still do the enhance thing that we always did, where you use the enhance and the replica dragon fang, which now that that isn't in the build guide, probably ends up being cheaper. But there's still nothing wrong with that setup at all. They're the same setup. You can absolutely do that. I removed it from the guide because there are too many options and you just can't have enough options. Like you can't have like that many options on a build guide for people because people can't be trusted to make their own decisions. That's why. But if you're someone who's played it before and understood the previous version, probably keep your whoops up for the replica dragon fang and just do it that way, because it'll probably end up being cheaper. And it's honestly basically the same shit. It's just a different way of achieving the same level of of power or whatever. It's so condescending, I like it. Well, here's the thing, right? What'll happen is 200 people who play it will understand it and show up in chat and ask questions, and 800 people will play it and not really understand it and will not show up and ask questions. And of those 800 people, half of them will fuck it up if you've got too many options for them. And so that becomes an issue because they also won't show up in stream to like get it fixed. And then they shit talk your guide. And I can't do anything about that. So the only option I have is remove options. Just leave people with a single path, right? Is replica less DPS? No, it's literally the same thing. You use a replica Dragon Fang and then you end up using an enhance and like putting like Holy Relic in green sockets instead. Like it's the old way of doing it. Is it's literally the same. I just had to pick one, so I picked the one that is like technically ever so slightly better, kind of, almost, maybe, arguably. It's arguable. They're both really good. There's the slight advantage of Ashes is that you also get quality on like Lancing Steel of Spraying, so you get like 2 extra projectiles that you don't really need, or a slightly faster cooldown on something, right? But then the replica Dragon Fang comes with RMR, so it makes your mana significantly easier. It might even go as far, depending on what your gear is, it might even go as far as like saving you a mastery point for auras, like, so you get to spend that point somewhere else. So like there's a reason to do both. And I don't really know if objectively one is actually better than the other. The real important things is to know what all the breakpoints are and how you're reaching them. Right? And replica Dragon Fang is perfectly fine so long as you know what the breakpoints are and how you're reaching them. You know that the trigger craft is going to be now that Betrayal has changed. Yes, because about a year ago they moved the trigger craft to Act 9. It already is in the campaign, and I don't think it will be moving. Is it as versatile as Holy Relic, or is it better in certain areas? It's actually less versatile to play SRS. It cannot do Legion, and it doesn't have quite as much recovery, but it does have significantly more damage. Probably close to double, but it has map mods it has to worry about. Not many, but some. And it can't do Legion, and it's passable at Breach, but not fantastic. Everything else it does fine. Like everything else it does great, to be honest. And it is more damage than Holy Relic. You just have to worry about some map mods and shit, and I don't want that. But holy fuck, let me delete those hidden tabs, right? Just say my until they find out they can permanently die and you have to get them again. Yeah. On the good news is the animate guardian doesn't disappear permanently anymore. Like you can just res him in your hideout next time. So that's good. How long do you usually take for axe? When I'm actually trying solo, like 6.5, 7 hours, but I usually level in a group where we're at like 5-ish. But solo, I'm like 6.5.
Yes?
I'm not fantastic at the campaign, eh?
Watch yourself.
Is it confirmed that you can respawn in your hideout and then come back into the same map after you've lost it? It is not confirmed at all, no. We strongly suspect that that will be the case, but it is absolutely not confirmed. Makes me feel much better. I thought everybody runs the campaign in 3 hours. If you can do the campaign in 8 or under, you are probably in the top less than 5%. Maybe even 1%, to be honest. You see the speedruns from the races. They are not the 1%. They're like the 0.1%. They're insanely far in front of your average player. Insanely far. I'm a poll chat. Go all the way up to like 15 or something. And if we're doing a poll on that, make it like solo league start. So if you've got a faster group time, don't count that. How would you do on your own would be the answer. Yeah.
I'd love to see the insides of
This is our average time. The time you will reasonably always get. Not your like one-off best time. Just like the how long I expect to take. Did you comment on the bomber gloves? Oh, yeah, I have no idea. I've never played a bomber build. I don't really know if that's super beneficial or not. There you go, vote my poll. Hey. Now remember, when we're looking at this poll, that just the fact that you're in Twitch or YouTube chat probably already puts you in the top, like, I'm just guessing, but I'd say 10%. Like most people are not consuming live content about PoE. It's not happening. Like, that most people are not here. You're already more actively invested in the game than like 90% of the people who play it if you show up in streams sometimes. It isn't really? Yeah, look at the player numbers. Look at what happens to the player numbers, then look at like the stream graph, the like Twitch graph of like how many people are watching on Twitch. Like, it's insane. The amount of players is so much higher than the amount of people who show up in chats or like watch YouTube videos or anything like that. Do you play SRS without Unleash? Everybody does until Act 4. We don't have a choice. It's a level 38 gem.
You, what is that? The cockroaches will come again. They want the twist. That cockroach emperor. The other bugs shout his name. Revisius. Cross the river, dash about. We'll talk again soon.
This can actually be goaded. Friend doesn't follow build guides or... And the new mechanic can start. If anyone hasn't voted in that Twitch poll, you should vote in that Twitch poll. We'll see more votes. Sorry, YouTube, you don't get to be involved in the poll. I don't even know if there is a way to poll YouTube, to be honest. The campaign is for us. That is for you to do it. How quick is your solo league start campaign take? Seen them in other YouTube chats? Oh, so they can. I don't know how to do them. You didn't have weeks on there? Okay. You're right. I didn't. I mean, yeah, that would count as over 25 hours, right? Or over 24 hours. Motion, how you doing? So far, about half of the people are in like the 6 to 10 bracket. And remember, again, the cross section of people from chat that we are polling are already like on average going to be significantly better than the average player in the game will be, right? Like, we're already taking from a cross section that leads towards more knowledgeable, more practiced, more skilled people. There's easy a third of those people in the 10 to 15 bracket. So, that's just less generate. I don't know. Actually, what the fuck is generate? Is that even a word? Like, degenerate is the word, but like, What does that mean, Svalingo core? We assume so. We didn't get like a specific note saying yes, Svalin is core, but like Settlers went core, so. I want to say one thing. Hopefully converting. My tabs are very, very unhappy right now. Yeah, I'm thinking now from now on that right towards the end of the league, when I'm like done playing, I'm going to condense all of my tabs into a single folder. And then I'm going to name that folder with the name of whatever the league is, which I wish I had a thought of yesterday. But I was just going to log in and just be like, okay, every tab becomes one folder. I name the folder Settlers, and then I just fucking, that's it. It can just merge in and it'll be the folder Settlers. If I want something from the Settlers stuff, I can just look through them. Folders carry over too? Yeah, folders carry over too, but remove only. I wish I thought of it yesterday and not today, because the merge has already happened. It's too late. And I didn't think about it until today, which is too late. I need to do that. I needed to do that yesterday. If I had a thought about that yesterday while I was streaming, there was like 400 people watching me. I bet 350 of them would have been like, you know, actually, I might log in and just fucking... it's such a good idea. It's too late. Standard is a mess and a half. You know what? You tick the button that says hide remove only tabs. The mobile airplane carrier mirror can use your gloves. I did, but I've never played Bama, so I actually don't know how beneficial exactly that is or not. There's a guy who does Bama like all the time. Loves it, covers it really well. What was a good idea? I missed it. At the end of a league, when the league's about to shut down, I'm just going to log into the league and take all of my tabs and just put them in a folder and call it Settlers, or call it whatever the league name is, so that when they merge into Standard, instead of having a fucking gigantic pile, I'll just have a folder named Settlers that has all my Settlers stuff in it, and if I want to merge anything in Standard, I can find it in there.
Of all the worlds you could have conquered, you had to choose none. Such power wasted on a feeble imagination.
Blow all of the gold rolling in chests for Dialas. You know, I mean, I'm not against it.
Damn you!
Those are good on Holy Relic. Exclamation mark relic. You can look at the entire path of building. But like, I don't know, block endurance charges, like 3,000 recovery from life gain on hit, flesh and stone, arctic armor, the sand stance version. The necromancer stuff that gives you reduced damage. Like there's a lot of a lot of different things going on there. The leveling filters, exclamation mark filter. There are 3 strictnesses of filter that are public. They will all be updated.
Be careful.
God, imagine just like hitting level 37 and just hitting up a vendor and buying an int chest and just getting a Dialas on day 1 and being like, boom, there's a Dialas in your inventory. It's just like, okay, thanks. What kind of investment would Holy Relic need to farm tier 17s? You can do tier 17s at an okay rate in the gear that's already in that path of building. That is not a min-maxed version. You can get more than that, but that gear will be enough to complete them. Not like super fast, you won't be speeding through them, but you can get through on that. Are you league starting? I'm a Holy Relic. I'm 100% league starting Holy Relic. That says page not found for you? Really? Hold on a moment. Let me do that over here. Is it the same link? Oh, it's a different link because, right, YouTube never got updated when they changed the, right, because I wasn't streaming on YouTube at the time. Right, hold on. Boom. There. That's the new one. Is cast speed the answer to making SRS feel less annoying to summon? Usually the answer is just unleash. Whenever you have unleash, you have enough. It just feels a bit awkward and annoying to summon until we get to unleash, which will be our 4th link in Act 4. But yeah, cast speed helps too. Yeah, I can make that work. Just save this base I want to do something with eventually. Nice. It's kind of like Blade Vortex then. Sort of. It feels okay, but like once you're got Unleash and you like every time you stop and do this, you cast 3 or 4 of them. Like, that's fine. Alright. We're gonna call it a day. Many things to do. We're only doing little tiny streams. We're just only doing little tiny baby streams for the next few days. Oh, I didn't see the end result. Hold on. End result of that poll was 9% of people under 6 hours, 51% of people in the 6 to 10 range, 30% of people in the 10 to 15 hour range, 9% of people in 15 to 24, and 1% of people in the 24 hours plus. Again, from a cross-section of people who are already skewed towards the top end. I know, I saw it. I saw it twice. I've actually already got it written down in my thing right there. Well, nope. Apparently when I minimized it, it went away. But yes, I saw. Looking good. Thank you. All right. Gotta run. It is time. Got shit to do. I will see everybody tomorrow, probably. Yeah, tomorrow. Goodbye.